Okay, looks like we're live. Waiting to see if there's any problems. I gotta check some stuff. My OBS had a problem and all the files got corrupted in it, so all of my settings and everything I had set up were deleted. So I'm trying to double check everything to make sure it is working properly. Side of things. Let's see, go and see. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, my stream tickets, all my stuff has been deleted. So we are good there. So we got a couple plans today. Turn the sound down a little bit on my end. We got a couple plans today. Big thing, we're gonna be finally getting rid of this mall, putting down a new mall. Kind of got an area started. We gotta go get soil to finish it off. We're gonna be deconstructing a piece of over in here. We are gonna get stuff for purple science, like this. It's like 3 or 4 factories that I went and got blueprints for, and they're all right here. And don't know if the mall is actually, we're gonna have everything actually producing for it, so that's gonna be kind of interesting to figure out. At least at the speeds we're gonna need, because it's probably gonna drain stuff. See, that's running, that's running. Okay, everything looks like it's back up without a hitch, without overlays. My overlays are all broken. So I think first off we're gonna come over here. Actually, let's start here. We have to get some blueprints placed down. So we need tech limit, plastic. Want to do plastic first? We should probably do plastic first. I mean, that's kind of like the ideal spot. It's probably too much plastic for me to even like actually be good right now, because with how much oil we have the other production, but it's mainly the oil I think is going to be our problem. We might have to set up the rest of our oil nodes. Oh, whoa, this is covering up an oil node? That is not good. Because we got 4 oil nodes, 5 technically, right there, all kind of in a row. And if I get all of those set up, then we should be good. I should be able to put this one on there, and then I'll put these all onto one probably. Well, what is what I'm thinking at least. So we'll probably get the oil set up. How much power is this thing generating? Because I'm probably going to have to fill this in. because I kind of want that's a pretty high output oil thing here. 15 megawatts. Screw it. I do not have the soil for it, so we might just go do soil first. Because we're gonna need soil to fill in this anyways, because I burnt it all trying to fill in this section right here. And this is making plenty of power to replace that. Let's check fuel real quick. Got plenty of fuel. Let's see, let's set destination to our snow planet, because that planet is the one that's gonna have the most. Do we have...
Flight mode.
Let's go top off on a couple things in case we want to touch up or work on something while we're over there. Try to knock a couple things out. Because I think production overall is good, but it's mainly because stuff is full. So I might. Oh yeah, I need to get miners because we ended up running out of miners last time. And then we need stuff for Tech 3 belts, because we need Tech 3 belts to run the material for the ore and stuff in the into the stations. And then we're gonna need some of this over here. So we'll grab a little bit of that. Need some turbines. Go get like 3 or 4 stacks. I'll make sure I have plenty of that, because I think we blew through like almost 200 Tech 3 belts doing that last setup, and I do not want a repeat of that. Okay, so we're marked out where to go.
Cruise mode.
Need to mess with the fusion reactors to see how those work, so I can see if it's worth switching to them. Right now, our power is being met pretty well by the solar panels. I think we're getting, like on the low end, like 100 watts, and on the high end, up towards the almost 200 megawatts range. So that's pretty decent. Okie dokie. Silicon ore. Okay, so it actually says what's actually on the vessel. That's pretty cool. But I think I have the deposits set up enough. The big thing is silicon ore. Once that runs out, we're gonna be out. So that kind of sucks on that end, but not too big of a deal in the long run.
Cruise ended.
Okay, where are we at? So we need to go up here and set up all these, because this is iron, copper, and then that will be iron, copper caught up to the stand, like extra already set up for our facility in case we end up getting to the point we get close to running out. So the only thing really not set up is coal. We don't have a decent coal replacement. Okay, so we're gonna do...
Location complete.
Okay, but that should be all that taken care of.
Research complete.
Yeah, we got 91 megawatts of power here.
Flight mode.
Let's see, let's get some more wind turbines down. This will make sure we have enough power. Of course, this is not the proper spacing, so I'm not actually too worried about the proper spacing on this planet.
Flight mode.
Eventually, we might use it as a production planet, but I don't want to spread myself way too thin right now, at least. So we're just, you know, getting resources off of it is kind of like the plan with it. And that should be... There's 100 and... Let's check power. Check it for the planet. So we got 90... Oh, whoa, we got... Yeah, we got a shit ton from 61 megawatts from those geothermal plants. So we're at 100, which is around where I want it, especially with these logistics stations going. Okay, so we got copper iron set up in case we need to pull that from here. We also do have titanium, that's... Yeah, really only using that much? Yeah, we haven't really blown through very much of anything. So where all the snow patches are the dentist layers of soil. And so all we're going to do to collect it is just like that, basically just plop these down and then delete them is basically the how we're gonna get soil to fill some more water in. And then we will go, like I say, get that oil set up. Once the oil is set up, we'll start moving on to so that's 134,000. Probably the might shoot for the 1 million mark for like soil since we can get it so quick. Just a little bit of work is basically all it's gonna be. I mean, we're already at it's 400,000. We do. Like that. 100,000. Okay, there's another 100,000. So you guys can see it's pretty easy to get dirt this way. There's other ways of getting it, like setting up like a dark fog. Like I would almost say farm out dirt farm, because every time you kill one you get dirt, and you can just set it up so that they're just non-stop running into it, and that would actually yield you a lot of dirt just by them attacking each other. But I'm not too worried about that. I might go ahead and just end at like 750,000, which should be this one here. That way we're not, and grind this a little bit off screen to get more dirt later, but this should be hopefully plenty for what we need for today at least. Okay, yeah, that's gonna be more like 800,000 range, but that's okay. That's 15. It's way more than what we had. So, let's see. Okay, so we got this area fixed. If we have to, we can come back. So I know eventually we're gonna have to come back and get more titanium set up. I think there's only that one silicon node here, so that kind of is a little bit of a bummer. Let's see. Let's go ahead and go here. Whoops, wrong thing, because new button. It's not new, but it's new on this game at least. Check fuel. I am out of fuel. Good thing I looked. We should have...
Light mode.
Have some coal here set up. If I remember correctly, it's right there. Set this up specifically in case this happened. Okay.
Light mode.
Shouldn't get out.
Cruise mode.
Shouldn't run out in between.
Research complete.
Shooting. We are going through this research super quick. I'm trying to get caught up on some research, basically, is what I'm trying to do. So I'm getting some easy stuff done while I try to work on getting to purple science by the end of the episode, hopefully. Or the end of the stream, not necessarily episode, because the stuff will be uploaded to YouTube eventually. That's purple. That's, I can go ahead and get that queued up. I can do that. Okay, we need to start working on this stuff as well. Another line of inventory sounds good. And speed sounds good. All maxed out. Yeah, once we get, I think it's this one, mass construction, we can actually start placing down the actual mall, so that's a plus. But as I said, like right now, the big thing is I want to get done with the getting oil set up, and then I will probably move my focus to that.
Cruise ended.
Okay, so oil is here.
Flight mode.
You get some. Go over here, fill all this in real quick. Okay, now we need to unhide this somehow. Okay, there we go. Oh, whoops, out of foundations. And we are going to need another planetary logistics system built. Let's see.
Replication complete.
At the rate we're going, we're already at 72% of the way filled in. I think we were at like 60, low 60s is what the planet started out on. So we've probably getting close to the 10% of the way filled in. Go ahead and fill this in all the way. Okay, that's all filled in. Because this is the center, we're going to be using that first. Small puddles. Go ahead and extend this all the way. Wow, we already burned through like 300,000. Dirt so far. I'm not too worried about that section yet. It's gonna take up all the dirt I have to fill in that. And this is the main area that we're going to fill in. Oh, I'm out of foundations. I literally I think I just used up all of them. Yeah, I did.
Flight mode.
So we gotta let all that kind of recuperate. But we should have enough dirt to fill that in. So what are we at now? 74. I think we got like 2% right there. With about 400,000. So there's quite a bit left. Of course, we need to leave some for water. We want to make sure we have plenty of water production. Let's check fuel. I'm going to actually let me get over here and charge my batteries real quick. second for that. What's going on? Checking something on the other screen real quick. Low power, sleep off. We're just setting real quick. And then, okay, that's all done. So let's get, I think we already have, yes we do, okay.
Mineral depleted.
That way with it. I honestly might put refinery area over here, since we got all this stuff kind of centralized. So I might as well just place this on a separate refinery altogether. Separate brain fart. Separate planetary logistics system. Having a brain fart there. Because I think everything takes refined, and if we just make this massive refinery right here, I think that'll be the better of the options. I'm just trying to figure out if this is more than, I mean, which one's the highest output? Then I can give that power and kind of see how much. 220. Oh yeah, that's one blue belt for all these, I think. Let me get my calculator. You just say 220 for all, which it's not. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think. 5 divided by 60 is 18, so I could probably run a green belt for all of that. So let me see how many. That's 12. Now might as well run a blue belt for all of it. Like I said, I'm gonna probably overbuild this, and then I can just pump everything from the whole planet to one refinery area versus having a refinery all willy-nilly around the place. So how do I want to do this? So, oh, and I have to, there's another craft I can do to make it more efficient, if I remember right. So it's add, well, it's coal. Do I really want to do that? I don't think I'm gonna do that. I don't want to waste my coal on that. Let me double check my planets I have around me right now, because I think this is the only planet with oil, and I do not have the coal supply right now. Yeah, so this is basically the only planet with oil in this solar system that I'm in. And like I said, I don't want to blow through my oil right now or my coal at least. So we have to have a 2 gap between everything. I think it's that. Let's get some in. I'm pretty positive we're gonna have to run green or blue belts the whole way. Yes, that recipe. And this will be more hydrogen.
Replication complete.
Whoops, I so placed that backwards. I like looked at it and was like, oh, that looks right, and then it's like, no, that's not right. And then let's go ahead and get this set up here. So we want to do hydrogen on that. Okay, that looks right. Let's go ahead and delete that. And then what we're gonna do is go use that as our base. So that's 6. It's 8. I think we said 1 blue belt is enough. Let's check that. I think we can run a blue belt down that. Yep. Then what we're gonna do that again. Use now. Then delete that. I don't think that's gonna be enough. We can just, I think, go like that. And that should be roughly right. And then let's go get stuff for belts, because we're going to need a lot of blue belts for this, because we're going to be running that over there, that over there. I could also do that. I don't think it's worth wasting all that power on that. Just run a blue belt over there, and then if I want to switch it later, what I need for blue belts, I can go ahead and make quite a bit.
Flight mode.
What's going on here? 4 minutes. Okay, we got 200 blue belts, and we can run that base belt. Power. Let's go and get everything power and then whoops, I forgot that we did not grab refineries. Let's go grab refineries real quick and then we will be good.
Flight mode.
Is the game audio like sound good? Nice. Can you tell me that? My voice versus the game audio. What I'm looking for. Refineries. That's refineries. Yeah, it is. Okay. Alright, we got refineries, so we should be able to run this blue belt now. So basically after 11 hours they will, all this will be cut in half.
Mineral depleted.
Oh yeah, I forgot to put a belt down to actually take that in. It's not too big of a deal.
Replication complete. Flight mode.
Okay, and then we will go like that. And that, like I said, should be enough by far to have all the oil running on at one point. Let's go here, get some.
Flight mode.
We're gonna get some Mark II belts set up doing this. And I gotta figure out which way, where I
Replication
want that.
complete.
Oh, did I not hook this up? I did not.
Research complete. Flight mode.
Let's go over here. Now we got all that hooked up. I'm gonna go grab some turbines. I want to get green belts set up because I don't want to run all that as green if I don't have to, and I'm assuming I don't have to run that to green. So we're gonna grab some turbines to make some green belts for that output. Let's see, what are we low on? Go ahead and grab some more. That should be good. And then we'll get planetary logistics systems going. finish this off real quick.
Flight mode.
Should be good there. Kind of want to put the. Well, if I put a Dyson, then I can duplicate it easier if we end up.
Replication complete.
So how do we want to do this? So we'll put it right here. So we're gonna do hydrogen. Find oil provider, yes. Let's go ahead and develop,
Light mode.
make them maxed. Okay, so that's for the refined oil line. So this is refined oil. Kind of how I'm thinking I'm gonna run it. Just like that. And then we have to start at that end so I can do this right. There's some other ways I could have done this, but that's pretty simple there. Okay, so refined oil is going to that one. Gets 3 gap. Okay, and then that's all we'll see it does.
Flight mode.
And then we just go like that. And then we just have to hook up inserts. And oil is set up.
Flight mode.
So we already emptied out that over there. emptied out that. We got 2 left to empty out, so we got this one. Of course, when these, even if that does get emptied out, they're gonna drop production, so might be good where it's sitting.
Flight mode.
And let's check what our production is. So refined oil went up to pretty decent amount. That's this 10-minute period, so we're coming up on that 1 minute mark here in a couple of seconds. But we're basically capped out at 170, 178. Of course, hydrogen production is that's water. That's production 95. That's not bad. We're in. Okay, that's imported into the planet. Is that one? 170 is not like terrible. I mean, that should be good enough to run stuff. I think we just emptied out that. Also, we could. I might do that. I just thought about this. I could just could go like that. And then
Flight mode.
we're gonna import, receive, and then we're gonna have 1500 on standby. And what we're gonna do, I don't think we're gonna need super fast numbers on this. Why does it do that? I really hate that. I think that should be good. If not, I can always put some Mark IIs down. Yeah, I mean, that looks like it's working, and that's supposed to increase the output, which should get my production, basically make my refined oil last, basically be more than what it actually is in production. And then only thing left is to get drones, provider drones set up. So
Flight mode.
we got
Upgrade
some
complete.
stuff I could get rid of in my inventory real quick. Cycle that. Okay, so we need to go get some. I'm thinking we're gonna need like 30, 40 drones kind of amount. So let's get copper, steel, iron. Copper, steel, iron, copper. that should be like all the base stuff I need to make these. And then we can go grab some processors for that 40. There'll be 40 in it, which is a pretty decent number. Oops, passed it. I did not mean to do that. Okay, so we got that. Okay, let's get stuff, fill in dirt while we're producing those. Then oil will be somewhat taken care of to an extent. Until at least until I oh yeah, that didn't take up nearly as much as I thought it would with dirt. So that's all done there. Heck, we have some. Let's see if there's a small puddle somewhere that's kind of in the way that I can start filling in. Starting to get a lot of blank slate that we can use, so that's a positive. I think here is probably an area that we can go ahead and plastic blueprint would be good to go right here. That's,
mineral depleted.
That's what I'm gonna do. Put the plastic blueprint here. Like, I don't think I can because I used up all my dirt. But like how we're gonna do it is like that, I think. I actually don't know. I don't use, I'm not producing that much electricity yet. A lot of my stuff is idle. I mean, I think it, like, my entire, like, power never really even went over, like, super high numbers yet. Because that's how, like, that's what they go off of. They go off of your electricity production.
Light mode.
I think at least after you initiate them by killing that first hive, they go off the electricity production. But like I said, a lot of my factory is idle. So, like, this whole setup is idle. I'm not using basically anything out of it. I'm just trying to get base material set up, so a lot of it's idle. All this is idle for the processors. This is running, but slow because I'm not using much for my science right now in this research. This is running. I think this is running still pretty slow. super magnet setup is not like running. Oh, my big thing. So let me double check. I can give you an estimate real quick on this. So my time in is 22 hours on the save.
Replication complete.
So I have a ton of other time, but the thing that literally like saved me most of my time was getting blueprints up and running. Once I got a crap ton of blueprints running, it cuts so much time. I think let me show you. So like I think this save right here with 41 hours, I am like 2 like green science on it, but I've like my production lines are so much better set up, and the like everything is just overall running more efficiently on this planet. And just because of that, I like accelerated and catching up way quicker to my other save than what I used to, just off the simple fact of blueprints. Okay, so what was I doing? Oh, I made all the carriers, so I need to come over here. I just got an oil refinery set up on, I think there's like 4 or 5 oil nodes there that I just got set up. Okay, so that's all ready, and that's just so I can get plastic set up. I got fire ice, so I have this alternate craft of the graphene, the advanced craft on it at least. And I did just get my fuel. Yeah. I just got my big production area set up, so I'm going to, or I got it unlocked so I can actually place it down. So I'm gonna start working on that, and then hopefully. I am not, so you do increase, I forgot about that, so you do increase your dark fog standing quicker with solar sails up. It does actually affect it. So if you remember, I think if you look over here on the sides, it says how much they're taking from you from the solar sails. And that actually, like on the planet here, even though it's less production than what I'm doing on the planet, or what your overall thing, your whole solar sail setup or your Dyson spear is doing, it makes the rating go up quicker on how quick they attack you. I really stupid ads cut in right on important times, don't they?
Light mode. Flight mode.
So, okay, I think you're out of the ad. The big thing, I don't know if you caught that end piece. It does actually increase it quicker if you have a Dyson spear up. So maybe that's a big thing, because even though the planet producing more planet electricity than what the Dyson spear would have, yeah, so the Dyson spear does do that. It increases the dark fog attack rate. And I think, I didn't know if you saw this before we went to ad. Over here on like the right, it says how much they're stealing from you. Even though it's like hardly anything, that actually increases your threat quicker than what like your planetary
Research
does.
complete.
So that is probably why it goes so quick. But on this playthrough, I don't think I'm gonna even rush to getting solar cells up, because I feel like unless you have good production lines set up, you're really just wasting a lot of the resources from beginning game on getting that solar cell setup going. I've been wanting to do this for a while now. Yeah, I feel like early game it's like really cool to get into, but they let you get into it so quick that it really does feel like it is a strain on everything to get solar cells running, whereas you can get like just crack down on getting a really good, strong, efficient setup going, and still have, and get into other solar systems. Because like my solar system, like my last playthrough, the reason I'm not on it is I ran out of coal in my starter solar system, and I didn't have, so basically when you run out of coal, you can't make a lot of the stuff to actually like continue the game anymore. So basically you lock yourself out. And then so like you can't launch, if I remember right, you need solar cells, take the graphene. Well, since I had no oil anymore, once I ran out of sulfuric acid, I was out of sulfuric acid. Like I couldn't make any more, so I couldn't get some more solar cells up. I can't get fuel. I couldn't get fuel for my thermal generators anymore. It wasn't necessarily that I got wiped out. It's just I ran out of base materials in my beginning area, just because I was so focused on getting the Dyson spear set up versus, working on other stuff.
Flight mode.
Okay, so I don't know if I even have some of that stuff unlocked. So let's run over here. Drop some
Flight
stuff
mode.
off. So, do I have? Oh, so did it let me put down this even though I need T3 assemblers? It did. In all honesty, I'm probably gonna switch those out for T2s. I wonder if it'll let me do that without messing up the blueprint, like what it actually crafts. I have no clue what this is. Okay, yeah, you can switch it out and it keeps the craft. So I need 42. I think those are interstellar logistics on top of. I don't think I have. There's that. Okay, so I need to go.
Flight mode.
Let's go get storages, get inserters. I think I have all that. I don't know if I have. Do I have? I don't think I have a T2 smelter. So we're gonna have to switch that out for a T1 smelter. Then so we need storage. 8 inserters so I can craft those. These, where are they? Got a blind moment here. Did I not? Do I not have? I do not, so I'm going to craft those. Where is it?
Flight mode.
Come over here, we're going to have to grab stuff. So after we get that set up, we're going to be having a lot of our stuff automated that wasn't automated before set up, so that's going to be nice. So we're going to need how many of these? Jeez, is everything crafted over here? Oh no, I got some right here.
Flight mode.
Yeah, it's getting there. It's with it being, like I said, this part of the factory over here is getting ready to get reworked completely, because all this over here right now is to make this run, and this is getting replaced by that. All this is basically not running, or was to keep this over here running, and this over here is getting ready to get replaced. So basically the only thing going to be left standing over here at the end of it, past like this stuff here, is that's pretty much it. It's all getting replaced by this.
Flight mode.
Once that's done, it's gonna be a big load off, because I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna be stop handcrafting stuff, and when I stop handcrafting stuff, it's gonna make a lot of the stuff go quicker. Do I have enough assemblers to just go through and start popping down assemblers? Yes, I do. Okay, those are planetary logistics. We need 52 blue inserters. So we need some turbines. Need 52 of these. Oh, it's motors. this handcraft is gonna take a minute. Need 14 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14. Okay. So that's all that done. Let's go over here and start placing stuff down. It's gonna take a while to place all this down. Got a couple minutes on just crafts going. And then we gotta get almost 1,000, 1,100 more blue belts going. But like that will all be automated here shortly, so it's gonna be a nice change of pace, not having to handcraft as much stuff. All the inserters will be done. Where's the smelter at? There's the smelter. So what all are we missing now? 21 of those. Got a couple minutes of that. Let's come over here. We got all that stuff. We need... Don't need that.
Research complete.
Got 40 seconds of that. Let's see, what do we need? We need 20 of these. That's circuit boards. We got circuit boards over here we can steal real quick. And we're gonna need some more steel. Is it steel? We got steel. What's this? Oh, we need...
Replication complete.
Need that. Sorry, it's gonna be me running around here for a minute, looking for things with my head cut off. Making sure I have everything.
Light
5 of those. I think we're gonna do here is get rid of that.
Replication complete.
more belts, so we need at least, what, three more stacks?
Flight mode.
Got 3 stacks of belts. Need to start doing assemblers as well.
Replication complete.
Okay.
Flight mode.
Yeah, my opinion is we really don't need that high of a speed on these assemblers, because once it's sitting for a while, they'll all be full. So, okay, so we're at 1,000. So we need
Flight mode.
crap ton of belts is basically what we need to start hammering down on. Let's go over here, grab some more of this, go grab some more super magnets. We're gonna need, we got turbines, we got belts. So it's going to be super magnets we're low on. Oh, let's get... So we got all that stuff. Couple minutes on queuing that stuff up, and then let's see, we need more. Pretty sure that's the planetary, right? Just to make sure. It's planet, no, it's interstellar, so we need interstellar logistics, which is what, need 6 of them, so
Flight mode.
we have the steel for that. No, we don't, so we're gonna have to grab a little bit of steel, grab a couple stacks of this, then we're gonna need some have enough of that. Grab like a little bit of that. So we already have 2, so those will be the last 3 of that. 5. So we're low on steel. We need some of this still.
Flight mode.
Grab a stack of steel again. Need one more. Okay, and then we'll go start placing this stuff down. It'll take a couple minutes for that, and planetary the interstellar logistics systems, I probably will not put vessels in right off the bat. Okay, there we go. All that's caught up.
Flight mode.
Still got a couple minutes. It's gonna be nice to have set up. That's all
Flight mode.
basically set up. In all honesty, I might just do that. And we'll put... because I don't think we'll have the stuff to set up. We'll make the certain things in here. So we're just gonna throw this all like that. Oh, thanks for following. All of my notifications are broken because OBS got corrupted and I had to reinstall it. You'd have a thing popping up. I'm sorry about that. I've been working on getting it perfectly set up for like the last 3 or 4 years, and it got corrupted literally yesterday afternoon. I was gonna stream and it was basically everything I had set up, all my overlays, all my interaction stuff,
Flight
like
mode.
all deleted yesterday. Really sorry that wasn't fixed yet for you. Okay, so where is... It was set up, but the problem was, the backup got broken at some point, and like I'm guessing with an update or something, and basically it hasn't been updating since I think it was January of last year. And that was basically when I didn't have any of my stream stickers, any of my emotes for followers, or like basically like bits or like anything. My chat overlay was after that. All of my like space overlays of like, because I like throwing up like right now, since the space shuttle was in space, I would have had the space shuttle live stream on the top left, and I like watching rocket launches, and all my overlays to pop that stuff up quick so we could watch a rocket launch. All that got deleted. My stream avatars all got deleted. Yeah, it was hours, probably, like you added it up, it would have been several full days of like work put into it over the last several years, and all this stuff for mainly interactions is basically been deleted from existence, and some of it won't take long to get set back up. It's just having time to sit down and do that is I lost a lot of motivation last night after that, because I was excited. I finally got some time off again to start streaming and doing other stuff, and then that all happened like literally right before I was getting ready to start, and so I didn't stream yesterday because of it.
Flight mode.
Like I said, I know what I want, and kind of know like some of the basics and the areas and things that I had set up in certain places and stuff like that, but it's just having the time to go through and setting all that up and getting it back to some sort of resemblance of normalcy is gonna take time. Like I said, a lot of I'm hoping I can find the chat overlay thing, because I had a chat overlay thing saved on my computer, and I was looking for that, and I actually paid for that, and that might have gotten lost in files somewhere, so I've got to try to find that at some point, because normally I have the chat on the screen, but I paid for a fancy dancy chat overlay, and that overlay is somehow non-existent on where I thought it was.
Replication complete.
Yeah, because that's the wrong one. The one I just popped on the screen there for a second. Okay.
Flight mode.
Okay, so we do not have a lot of that stuff. Yeah, so this might not like work very well at all, because yeah, I wish I had checked the there's a setting inside of, because I use Stream Elements, and there's a setting, and it uses OBS to record, so that's what it goes through. But the settings, I wish I would have known the backup was broken. If I would have known that, I would have been saved all of the headache. But it, like I said, it's supposed to auto do it, and at some point the auto setting got turned off, and that auto setting is basically would have saved me, you know, a lot of headache with it, at least.
Replication complete.
Okay, so I'm gonna change this out for that. I do not have those crystals. I do not have that. So whatever we're using those, I am not getting built. Oh, I'm guessing it's the ones with that are broken, are ones that I do not have unlocked yet. So, receive, local receive, local receive, local receive, local receive. Local receive. Keep clicking the wrong buttons.
Mineral depleted.
Some of this stuff I have set up, but not all of it, because a lot of it is actually being produced at the actual site. So this is going to take maybe a couple episodes just to get this stuff up and running properly, because there is a lot here. Because I don't have, like I said, most of the stuff is being crafted at the area that it's being used at. So like all this is being crafted at where it's being used at from base material. So there's nothing actually to receive from. So I'm just gonna have to like go down the line and start getting all that set up. Which it wouldn't be that hard to get a lot of the base stuff set up, because titanium alloys set up. I got a blueprint for it. I just don't have. I think these just don't have carrier robots delivering them. Is the problem with those two? That and that is not set up base. Processors are set up, but they don't have a deliverer. That's the same thing with that. That's not set up by itself, not set up by itself, not set up by itself. So you have like 5 or 6 things. That I'm working on getting set up because I need that for purple science. This I don't have, that I don't have, that I have. Don't have that set up. So there's like over half this is not set up. So maybe I should start down the line of getting that stuff all set up. Of course, an easy solution would be I don't have a planetary logistics system. I need to build some carrier robots. Actually, this is just going out on belts, so that's what's going on. So I think yeah, okay, this is just going out on belts. So let's build some carrier robots real quick and get those put in things that don't have them. So we need steel and copper.
Flight mode.
And then we need to get, basically need to go through and get stone set up, get a copper deposit set up, and an iron deposit for copper, steel, stone, bricks, glass. Kind of go down the line kind of thing. Start from the base materials and get the deposit set up on just smelting. And then get all those loaded into a planetary logistics system, which could be pretty easy to do. It's just gonna take a minute to get set up. Okay, so get some carrier robots started. Go pick up some processors.
Flight mode.
Low on processor because I think this does not have any delivery things. That doesn't quite match her. This one matters. Yeah, if you want to start popping out like fast numbers of things, it is, but this is basically like almost every building in the game is gonna be right here. That's what this is. So basically almost every building out of this area right here, including belts to Tech 3, sorters to Tech, I think Tech 4, because I think these are even here. Well, the pile sorter, I don't see those. The engines are automated here, and the carrier robots, logistics robots. So it's basically everything that in this tab is basically here. Some of the things aren't because they're not made yet, but they're going to be eventually in these production buildings. Alternators.
Flight mode.
So this is like a late game thing that I'm kind of trying to plop down and get to a semblance of like getting rid of a lot of my handcrafting, so I can actually more worry about design and finding deposits. And yeah, a lot of people call it a mall. I kind of like the name, calling it a mall, but it sounds kind of weird calling it a mall. But it's basically what it is. It's an area that basically has everything in it, and everything, you know, everything's there, all centralized in one location. So that's all set up. Okay, now let's see if we can find... We need to find... I mean, we could just go here. Yeah. So I'm gonna go over there. We're gonna need like 2 of these. At least 2. Get some steel and stuff. I thought I had steel over here. It is. Get some iron. Or the titanium, my bad. Get 2 of those plopped down. And what we're gonna do is go set up get 3. We're gonna set up getting like copper ingots and iron ingots and all that stuff set up. And I think how we're gonna do it is we're gonna come over here and basically, because well, I gotta do steel, so I need 3 outputs. So how are we gonna do this? I want to do it in this area here. Let's get fuel real quick. Might actually double check to see. There's one near a copper node.
Light mode.
So we're looking for a copper node, a stone node, and an iron node. Similarly close to each other. There we go. English. But I don't think we're going to have that. That is not already tapped. That's why I'm wondering if I might just go here and take off that, and that'll give me 3 of the items that I need. I don't know like what kind of production we're needing out of this, so I'm just making sure I have enough room here. So let's go ahead. So we're gonna do stone, which is furnaces, and we'll put that over here, and I might just feed that straight back into this. So we'll do stone brick, provider, and then we'll do what? We need glass, which is also, I think, stone, which can go in here as well. This can be stone brick on this side because we don't need much stone brick. Glass on that side. Basically gonna be running like this and couple sets of Tech 3 belts out for stone. And then inserts. And upgrade that because that's a far one.
Replication complete.
Put power. Glass, stone, automated, stone bricks. Then we need to do steel, iron or copper near each other. Not already touching something. Actually, let me look at something real quick. 1.7. Let's go ahead and I think I know what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do a planetary logistics, and we're gonna need some of these. So we got titanium alloy, we don't have enough processors, I think. So it's only 7. We need some turbines.
Replication complete.
Might need more turbines. Basically what we're going to do is we're going to set up a interstellar logistics system to pull copper and iron from the other planets to here. And then because we have four-ish nodes set up, get rid of these little pools of water. It's like one of those nitpick things that bothers me. Okay, got power. We are gonna import, provide, remote receive. And then we're gonna increase the charge rates. And then that way we have basically already have copper and iron being brought to the planet. And we don't have to worry about that getting set up later on, since it's providing it to basically everything else that may need it on the planets, because we set up like 5 nodes and didn't 5 different nodes and didn't do anything with them yet. So we need to set up, I don't think I have, do I have a smelting? I do have this. So this is a steel gear setup. And what I'm thinking on doing is literally, what I might do here is retrofit this to actually fit like this. And then that will be kind of like a baseline setup for that. I might need to upgrade it to Mark II belts.
Upgrade complete.
But this will be that steel and gears. So that'll be all the iron things set up.
Flight mode.
I just have to go get some belts real quick. And then I might have to upgrade belts on the first section. So how I'm going to run retrofit is I gotta take this power pole out.
Replication complete.
So what we're gonna do here, somehow we gotta reverse this. Oh, duh. How we would do that is, I think, where is it? Can we put a splitter there? No, we can't. Darn it. So if the top is steel,
Mineral depleted.
it's gonna be a little wonky if I set it up the way I want to set it up. I'm just trying to think of how I want to do it without making it wonky. Because I think what we're gonna do is do like that. Actually, actually, it might be easier. Let me do it this way. It might be easier to do this like this. And then do this like that. Yeah, this is really wonky. And yeah, let's get rid of that because I think we need to be going. I think what we're gonna do is actually go like that. So we're already connected there. And then we gotta go like that. And that's gears. And send that all the way down. Told you it's a little wonky, but it'll get the job done for a temporary setup to get that. get that stuff processing. My God, I hate how it does that. Okay, so we got iron going. You haven't doubled anything yet? What do you mean by doubling? Whoops. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're very useful if you haven't messed with them yet. The only one I'm using an interstellar one just because the iron and copper is on a different planet, and I'm wanting to use it from a different planet. That's the only reason I'm using it the way I'm using it. There's a way of... Oh, yeah, that's what it is. Oh, whoops. Hey. I'm an idiot. I did the wrong thing there, didn't I? So if you hold shift with the upgrade button, I forgot you could just upgrade a section.
Replication complete.
Yeah, so we have that all set up. Let's get it ready. We got iron, got processors, copper ingots, and steel. That's what we're short on now. So we'll grab some steel out of here. Go grab
Light
some
bulb.
copper ingots real quick. We'll get 10 of those made. And
Light
that should start feeding some of the other stuff. So we need copper. We got all that. We'll have copper ingots. Local receive. So we need to set up some high-grade silicon on to be smelted. We got the gears. Okay. Need circuit boards set up as well. I need a circuit board set up. Do I have a blueprint for circuit boards? Do not. What is this? Oh, here it is right here. So we have a circuit board set up.
Replication
Of course,
complete.
I'm standing in the way. So this is magnets and circuit boards. So that would be 3 more items. We can't fit 3 more items in there, so, but it has all the stuff we need going in. So we're just gonna, I think we have a planetary? Yeah, we do. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna throw this over there. Then we're gonna have to upgrade stuff on this. And we're gonna need to go get more belts. And that's another 3 items done. Need furnaces as well. So what are we looking like on assemblers? So I need assemblers of furnaces and belts.
Flight mode.
Assemblers, furnaces, and belts. Do we have power poles? Yep, we got power poles. So furnaces, assemblers, belts.
Upgrade complete.
I'll have to throw more upgrades here in a minute. I have not started working on purple science. I literally, like, was one of the main things I wanted to work on today. But we kept getting, we're very down the rabbit hole right now of working on other projects. Okay, so we got that. Literally what I'm gonna do is go like this. Just run that into the side there. Oof. Of course. And then we're gonna have to reroute this. And move you. Okay, and then let's come over here. So we need that. That. And then we're gonna need to upgrade that.
Replication complete.
Might actually have to upgrade this to Arc 3. Definitely ran out of iron on that one, didn't we?
Replication complete. Flight mode.
Okay, that's not too big a deal. It's mainly because the place it's coming from does not actually have
Mineral depleted.
Logistics, so the interstellar logistics vessels, and because they don't have that, the
Flight mode.
I'm relying on only these for transport, which bogs down a system like this. So we got 6 items we just added there, 7, 8 items there. And then let's come over here. So we have those 2 just added. I'm waiting for that. So we need silicone. All that's added. Most of this is not done yet. This is, I think, the only thing that this and the heat sinks are the only thing that we're using stuff. Let me get those 2 automated. Okay.
Flight mode. Replication complete.
When generators I think for size, depending on like where you are in the solar system, what your bonuses are, a solar array like this is more space efficient than of course, if you're too far away, make sure you look at your bonus for solar. But this right here, even though it's like they're close to each other, the output of solar on this planet goes between 86 megawatts to 200 megawatts. And right now it's messed up, and I'll show you how it gets messed up. Since this is technically a two-body orbit, so we're orbiting this planet, and then we're orbiting the sun. So depending on where you are at in that, it will actually like mess up the whole, like it adjusts it. So that's why like right now I get less power, but basically wind runs a majority of my entire planet. It's 84 megawatts out of the 124. And there's only like three wind things on here, and I don't even know where they're at to get rid of them, because I was going around getting rid of them, but I placed them in a spot, and I was trying to find them, and I'm like, I've been like flying around looking for them, and I eventually gave up. And like I said, if you, depending on where you're at in your solar, you can do both ends of your planet like this. Do it on both poles. You can do it like this, and you can get several hundred megawatts of power. But like, I'll show you like this planet over here has like no solar, so you like get nothing, but you have a shit ton of wind, so it makes sense to use wind turbines there. Yeah, 95's not bad. That's so how you relate that, how you figure what that is you, where is it, the solar, whatever this is. So you see how it says 360 kilowatts base generation, so you'd be doing 95% of that number, which is like probably like 340 320 range, maybe in between there, 340 320 per solar panel. And there's and the way I have it set up, I can show you the grid. I forgot what grid it's actually on, but I put it in between these two grids all the way around, and then you can copy and paste it. So how I did it was, you have to take a small section because if it's too big it looks weird, but if you take a small section like that and then just copy and paste that around, and that's what I did all the way around. And then, like I said, you can do it on North and South Pole like that, and if you have a pretty high solar efficiency, it cuts down like your geothermal and fusion power plant stuff by a lot. On top of, like, I'm running hydrogen through my geothermal, so I don't use coal. So you want to get away from using coal in this as soon as possible. And so I went and set up the gas collectors. I think I only got like 10 of them running right now, but there's 10 gas collectors running on the gas planet right there, and all that is either going in here or going into other production to get away from using coal as much as possible, because I have the limited supply basically on the planet.
Light mode.
And that's basically how I've been doing things. Short and sweet. But we should, let's see, we should have our carrier drones done. So we got 10 of those. Need 10 there. And then we need to, did we get some put on superconductors? Superconductors has 10. Don't need any on that because that's actually going to get rid of. That has 10. Yeah, it's actually gotten a lot better. They basically rebuilt the game. Let me show you. I think it's performance. So people used they didn't have multi-threading in the game, and it, like, you could get your game save so big it would basically make it so you can't load it anymore. And they added multi-threading, so like performance has gone like way up. And so if you're playing on like a newer save, you basically increased your, you know, playability because of that. Okay, I keep getting sidetracked. What was I having a brain fart? Oh, I need to add stuff to research. That's kind of what I was thinking, but not really. Is this yellow? Yeah, I'm trying to get all the yellow science I can get done before purple over here. So that's all purple. It's all purple. That's the last of it, I think, in this tree before purple. Let's see.
Research complete.
Not gonna focus on solar cells until I actually need it. Construction done. Can't do that. Don't think I can do that. So those two are maxed
Mineral
out.
depleted.
That's maxed out. Always nice to have inventory room. I might come down here and start doing guns because we're starting to get to that spot where we need gun stuff, and I'll probably start maxing out the gun stuff until purple. I knew that all requires purple. That all requires purple. Purple. Yeah, so I can do quite a bit down here. That stuff will go quick.
Flight mode.
Let's see, I need to... What did I build? Built 10 interstellar vessels. Did I take them out by accident? Is that what I did? Alright, whatever. So let's get a list real quick of what we need to set up, because I'm sure we have some stuff coming through, right? We don't have anything coming through? For some reason iron ingots are not. Oh, it's because of the...
Flight mode.
What the heck is going on here? Oh, okay, so this is how they're balancing it. This is a load balance. That's an interesting load balancer. I never thought of doing that. So it's basically preventing it from adding more into the system. That's very interesting. Huh. Oh wow, we do have planetary logistics stations. What's going on here? It's not putting them over. It's because it hasn't capped that out. Okay, so that's slowly but surely creating planetary logistics stations. So we have planetary logistics stations automated. But we basically have to wait for storages to fill up for it to do stuff. So where are belts at? I really need belts to be automated, so this would be priority. So we got for some reason iron is not making it. So all the iron's getting eaten up over here. Either way, I need to get these 19 we got the glass. We do have all that being produced over here, so we can just run over here real quick and trigger that. Right, then that'll be what we need right there. Just do 2 tacks of 20. And in 2 minutes we can produce all that. So, but it doesn't look like iron's not getting loaded onto the system. So iron's going around, going over here and getting eaten by something over here. This is definitely a trickle feed. What is it getting eaten by? Oh, producing.
Flight mode.
Some of this I can bring over. So like that I can bring over. Chemical plants I can bring over, fill up some of these actual like structures, the storage I mean. Because if I fill up some of the storages, that will skip some of that beginning stuff. So I'll throw stack of power in there.
Replication complete.
Throw a set of belts in here, and then it'll start making Tech 3. Throw... don't have sorters. Whoops, I just threw that in the wrong thing, didn't I? I'm being blind. Okay, so that's... then we need liquid storage. Miners. Assemblers. And we'll start making Mark II assemblers. Of course, we're probably not going to be using Mark II assemblers a lot. This is... that. Matrix labs. Check power, because I'm sure... no, we're not even cranking that high up yet. Not running super hard on anything either. Okay, so we do need...
Flight mode.
might do... some of the setup over here is move some of this over here. And then we can... Why are we receiving iron? Over here for iron ore. We're not using it. Provide. Okay, and then we can just go ahead and hook silicon ingots up to that, and then that gets rid of that out of the to-do list. We could also bring
Light mode.
solar panels. Them in the storage for solar panels over here. And then once that's full, actually I might be able to. Can I fit all of that? Close, close. Super close. And then we got rid of all that. And then whatever's left, we'll just keep in my inventory. Because I think we can only put 2 stacks in there. And then we got rid of the solar panel stuff. Alternator set up.
Light mode.
This is already full though, is the problem. So is there...
Research complete.
That one? Yes, it is this one. I'll just throw all this as extras into there. I'm just gonna need, like, just leave 200 on me. So what are we missing? So we got that now, right? But we don't have probably carrier drones delivering it.
Light mode.
So we need to get carrier drones to deliver that. Yeah, so we're missing carrier drones to deliver it. All that's done. Almost none of that is done, which I think this is something we have to set up here pretty soon. We need these turbines in this setup, electric motors and turbines. Do I have a setup for each? I have motors, so I do have motors set up. What else do we need? We need a turbine set up, so we got both those. Other than that's done. I think I have. Do I have a blueprint for that? No, I don't. These two I won't have. That is getting in the works.
Flight mode. Replication complete.
So basically we don't need any of this. We got things delivering silicon now. Gotta go get more fuel. I really need to automate that fuel production, but I'm down the rabbit hole so deep right now. Okay, let's go drop all this copper off. Copper. Okay, copper's dropped off. So we need to do might try to do is actually change this belt. Fixed, and then what I'm thinking is we have one planetary logistics system. We can get the electric motors. Then because we have that there, we have copper. We have copper there, so that actually I think is both setups that I need. So let's put them. Actually, I don't want to put them there. Let's put them in the middle, like that. So this needs, oh, this does need gears. I thought this had the gears and everything built into it. Apparently not. And then we'll add the turbine setup, which is, I think, like, wish I would have noticed this. I would have left enough room to go like that. But that's all jacked up now. So we're out of sorters. Might just tear that out.
Flight mode.
Alright, that's all tore out. So what we need, do this one first. just roll with it. This is one of those downloaded blueprints. Oh, I just noticed this guy. So reports. Sorry, someone's putting spam in the chat. Block this user. Banned. What is that? Oh, we're at a depots. Wait, is this? Really? That's kind of dumb. I'm gonna change that. It's literally sending it all to a depot. Versus that's what this is. That's what this section is here. Is it's sending the stuff all to a depot over here. Whoops, I may have just messed that up. Is it because you put power right there? Is that seriously? I don't know, I'll just come out with it a different way. That's kind of dumb that he did it to... So I have copper ingots set up. We don't have that set up, which is just... Actually, I think we do. We actually don't. It's just iron ore, though. So... We do need some of this iron ore out of there for that. But I think what we're going to do is put planetary logistics here. Copper, that's iron ingots. What is this? What is this line here? So that line here is output for those. Okay. And then that's iron ingots. We got gears. We got gear production. So that's outputs. So this is iron here. So let's attach all the iron crap together. That's, whoops, I totally reverse that. And then we'll go like that there. Receive.
Research complete.
1500. What else do we need? We need gears. 1500. Oh, what the heck? I'm kind of confused on this one as well. That's what I get for downloading blueprints. So, that's the output line. Right there. That's input. We need 3 inputs, but there's only 2 input lines to each thing. Which is confusing. I don't understand that one. So we'll go what? Gears there. Gears here. I need iron ingots and iron ingots and that. Iron ingots. That. And then we need to do Did I accidentally put copper on that? I did. That is actually comical. Now we're gonna have to upgrade those lines because I don't think they're fast enough. Wait, don't we have gears? Yeah, we have gears. Local no, provide. What the heck? Why is it? Oh, receive. That's what it is. Okay, and then that's set up. Now over here, copper. This is where we need to do the setup in here. I don't know. Actually, let's do this. don't need copper. If we do that, like that. Now let's just hope and pray that the production of those things are high enough. I literally just screwed that, didn't I? Somehow I changed the output. Okay. Okay, now that's done. And then what we need to do here is add. Okay, this is going to be one of the first usages of the area over here. I think we have planetary logistics stations made. We do. I'll take 10 of them. Thank you.
Mineral depleted.
Yeah, we're starting to fill up things now. Starting to get sorter. Oh, I think those sorters I added already. There's just so much to it. I really like the fact that you can go planet to planet. Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at there. Yeah, just like you can go anywhere, like anywhere you want. Yeah, it's insane. Like, the only thing that I could think of that could make this game better is multiplayer, but that's said about every game. Because multiplayer in this game, you know, would increase the amount that you could do. I wouldn't say anything like crazy, like anything past like maybe like even two players would be like be amazing in my opinion. But just having some sort of scale of multiplayer in it would be amazing. Because then you could really go all over the place. Yeah, and like you can really, your friend can help you set up your setup. You could share each other blueprints with each other. I mean, there's it like just the advancement, the pace of things would increase.
Mineral depleted.
Your friends could help you out with things that you're not good at. There's so many things. Yeah, but I think that would be probably the golden goose of the game, because then you get like insane setups like in Factorio on top of like all the other things that come along with that multiplayer with Factorio. Because there's combat in this, and they're talking about improving on that combat system. And if that's the case, then you're talking. I think the combat system is the base combat system they have set up in the game is good, but they could get a lot better, I think, with even out like more out further solar systems. Like on the other end of the map, there's just colony upon colony after colony of these like swarms of like dark fog, and then you could eventually build up for combat for that. And I don't know if you looked at the update logs, but let me see if I can get it. I had a thing set up for an overlay to pop up Steam so I could show these update logs, but like I think it was almost a year ago. Yeah, September. If you go to update logs in Steam, go to September 25th, 2024. They showed capital ships. They were talking about adding capital ships to the game. They already had them modeled out and all that, and they were going to be used for combat for the new combat stuff. But the problem they ran into was they didn't have multi-threading, so they basically have dropped that update to work on the multi-threading after that. So I would assume it says it work in progress, like art and everything on it. I would assume that it would like be back in progress since they got multi-threading. I wouldn't say for the most part done, that like enough set up for at least use right now. So what the heck? Oh, I'm dumb. Give me a minute. So the capital ship thing is what really got me like really starting to play again last year. Because I started playing, I threw like a couple hundred hours at the game last year, around this time again, last year, just because I saw that capital ship update, and I'm like, well, when that comes out, I want to be able to use it. And so I started playing again, started trying to get familiar with the game again, and then they basically dropped it for the multi-threading stuff. And I'm not upset about it. It's just what happens. Need to improve upon the game to implement further things past short term. So. Okay, so we have electric motors, turbines, so we should have everything we need for Mark III bells. Let me see. I can give you, so like right now my streaming stuff, even with my streaming stuff running, I'm running
Flight mode.
My computer does not bog down much. Like my X3D is only, even with running, what am I running? I think I'm running like 40 megabytes a second upload to Twitch, YouTube combined, and I'm recording at the same time, which takes up recording at the same time as streaming, and my CPU is running between 20 and 28%. And I'm only running 26 gig to RAM right now. So I'm not even running a quarter yet. And I got all M.2s. They're like the 7 megabytes a second ones, and it's hardly running 2% right now. And so like literally it's my GPU is cooking itself right now. It's running at 90%. But that's mainly because I don't have a frame limit set on the game. I actually wonder what I'm getting on the game. I think I can check through Steam. Let me see. Can I turn it on in here? Video. I think I'm maxed out. I don't think I can change graphical settings in here. Yeah, you can't. I don't think you can change graphical settings in here. So I gotta do it through Steam. There's a way of turning it on through Steam. Broadcast, game recording. Best. Where is it? I forget it. I don't need that. Notifications. Chat, FPS. Where's FPS settings? I think there's one through. Do I have NVIDIA game panel open? I don't have anything running right now. So like my NVIDIA game panel is not running. So I usually, if I do, what is it? I thought it was Alt R or Shift R. No, it's not either one of those. But that used to throw an FPS counter up. But I'm assuming I don't have a frame limiter on, and it is running my 4090 to 90% right now in this game. But I don't think it tells frames in here, does it? GPU. Oh, here's GPU right here. Oh, those are all the processes taking onto things. Yeah, it's absurd. In all honesty, a lot of times I put frame caps on games just so I don't run my GPU as high, just for longevity in the GPU. Because it's like, oh yeah, I can pull off whatever list of frame rate, whatever. But you know, it becomes a point where it's like you can't notice a difference. Like I start talking to you guys or getting into looking at stuff, I'm not paying attention. Like if I get over 120 frames, you can't really tell a difference past like I think it's 100 or whatever. And so, you know, as long as it's smooth and there's no drops and you're getting a steady like 120, 100, like will not notice a frame issue. Okay, so copper is below 1 million now. Got all that running.
Flight mode.
So let's queue up some more research. I gotta look up that card. I'm not familiar with the AMD cards. I gotta look what that's comparable to up. You said I've only like bought NVIDIA graphics cards my whole life, other than like my first ever graphics card I put in a computer. So that's comparable to, oh, it's like a 5070. Well, if you disinclude Fierce 50 series, it's like a 5070 or 4070. I really disinclude the fucking 50 series out of everything because, in my opinion, they're getting to that stage where they're just throwing more chips and things versus actually improving the efficiency of how they run. And because they're just throwing more chips at things, it increases the power consumption and the heat, so you just make the thing bigger. And that's the same exact thing that happened, like, everybody's like, computers used to be the size of rooms. Well, they used to be. Well, the reason they went down is because instead of making, like, adding more chips to things, they actually improved the design and, like, made everything super small. And then they kept improving. That's how computers got, like, super small now. Well, now they're at that stage again where they're not making efficient designs, and they need new designs and more efficient designs, but they don't want to do that. So they're just throwing more chips at things, and literally just making the size bigger again. And that's what they're doing with things. Yeah, I like the, I really do. I think Intel's going down the drain. I have a story about that. So I built a computer for my friend 4 years now ago. I put a i9 1450K or something in it. It's like a 20, what is it, 16? I gotta look it up again. I forget if it's a 16 or a 24 core CPU. And it was like top of the line for gaming for Intel. It's 14,900K. It is a 24 core processor, yeah. I put that in my friend's computer, and it lasted 5 months, and the CPU killed itself. And what ended up happening is Intel gives specs out to motherboard manufacturers, and the motherboard manufacturers are supposed to be audited by Intel to make sure that the CPUs are getting the right voltage given to them, because there's like a set margin. It has to be right in that margin. It's not a very big one in the voltage in them. Too little, your CPU's underperforming and hurting itself. Too much, your CPU is over voltaging itself and can short circuit. And so there's a very small margin there. And apparently Intel was not checking the motherboard manufacturers until like a year after this problem had already started, that their CPUs were getting overvoltaged or undervoltaged, and one of my computer's CPU ended up getting fried because of it.
Depleted.
And it was just problem after problem after problem with his computer, and eventually, like I said, it killed itself. The CPU just completely fried itself, and immediately afterwards, we with the time period we had it and the extended warranties we had through Micro Center, because we got year warranties under Micro Center, and we went back, returned both the motherboard and CPU, and then switched to AMD, and then he got the series better than mine. It's like I think it's like a 50. It's like a, what was it? It was I think it was the 7850 or 7900 X3D or something like that. It was like the newer, better version of what mine is at the time. Switched out the motherboard and got that, and then had money left over. We had like $200 or $300 left over, and he didn't max out his RAM in his computer. So we ended up getting a new CPU, a motherboard, maxing out his RAM in his computer, just by returning his, I think he paid like $150 or something like that after we got all the RAM and everything. But basically $150 past what we got to upgrade from 32 gigs of RAM to 120. 20 or 24, I forget what it is, but but I'm like, that's a way better deal. So we would have saved money if we would have went through AMD in the first place and not had as much trouble. 128, yeah. You automatically like lose a gig when you get that much because of like not resource consumption, but like how the actual like is listed versus whatever. So you automatically lose a gig. So I always forget what it actually is, because when I go into Task Manager, it says I have 127, but when you look at how much is actually installed, it says 128. You lose a gig off of it. Okay, let's see. I need to... What was it? The setup I needed to do. Look, I think we needed to get the plastic setup. I think I'm going to leave tearing this down until later, because I'm kind of done with tearing this stuff down right now, because I'm just going to waste time in inventory room when I need to be getting to purple science, because all we have left is stuff in here to get in between queued full. Okay, so if I remember right, we need to get purple science. So we got processors already automated. We need to get plastic. Okay, so I got those 2 blueprints. I just have to place them down. Then I got this blueprint already as well. I need to double check it. Yes, I do. Okay.
Flight mode.
So I can always make this bigger if I need more. But let's see how much. Get 200. Because I wanted to put plastic here. And then I'm going to put the carbon, I think, here. Is kind of what I'm thinking. So we're going to go get some more platforms. But honestly, as of now, I'm telling everybody not to, like... I really do think that NVIDIA is messing with the market again of prices of GPUs, and they canceled the 60 series graphics cards, which I'm happy about. I'm happy, in all honesty, happy that they canceled the 60 series, because they're literally rushing out GPUs right now at a scale that they shouldn't be able to without making like problems. I wouldn't say problems, without like actually testing them and actually making good improvements to them. So like really the only reason the 50 series is semi better, with if you exclude all the other problems that they have, is they just threw more chips in them. That's literally the only thing they did. They threw more chips in them from the 40 series. So they took the 40 series frame and threw more chips in them and made the heat sinks more and gave them more power. That's all they did. And in my opinion, that is basically like dumb. It's dumb. They shouldn't have did that. I'm probably never gonna buy a 50 series. I threw one in my friend's computer for him because it was really the like cheapest alternative, because you can't get 40 series cheap anymore. So I don't know. I just hope he that 50 series card lasts him a while, because I don't have hopes for the 50 series cards lasting long periods of time. What is going on here? Cannot be. What is going on? How many items? Oh, this is. I got 3,600 items though. This should be. No, that's ghetto. What's going on here? Is it? What's going on with the blueprint? It's Tech 1 chemical factories. I'm kind of mixed on it. Oh, it's too close. I'm too close to the... What's going on? Are they too close together? Is that what the problem is? Yeah, they're too close together, I think, there. Yeah, so once you move north of there, so I need to basically put it... I need to put this over here. Because he didn't leave enough space to get built. Because I think I can build it, but not... So can I put this here? Yeah, I can put it over there.
Flight mode.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm just, in my personal opinion, I think NVIDIA just feels like it's still, like, kind of the king.
Flight mode.
But AMD is not, like, far behind. That's kind of my thoughts on it. Now, like, CPU wise, AMD by far is better. Intel's really gone down the drain in my opinion. But graphics card wise, I would just say NVIDIA is still like kind of up there, top of the line. They're getting too focused on other things and moving away from where I think their core user base is from, like, at least the commercial market, like, well, consumer market are coming from, because they're trying to appeal more to the, I would say, more to the crowd of AI and crypto mining community, versus because those people are buying up things at an unprecedented rate, so they're trying to make crap for them versus the normal consumer market, in my opinion. Okay, so we do have Tech 3 and servers being made. We don't have Tech.
Flight mode.
The reason I wouldn't consider them is because comparatively to my 4090, they're not much better. They just threw much more RAM at them. And things, at least right now, aren't to the extent where, if you have a 4090, it's worth going to like a 50 series card, because nothing quite requires that 50 series power that they throw out. That small change. Let me go. I'll give you the actual like percentage difference. It's not even like a drastic amount. I think it's like it's like 10 or 15%, which is, when you're talking like GPUs, is like not much for like consumer market. And then like your power goes up like 200 watts. So I think it's video card benchmark search. So like 4090 find variance, compare, and then go 5090 find variance, compare. So like comparatively, so overall, like the 4090 to the 5090, like not overclock, because I don't overclock my crap, is 2.3% difference on overall score. 2.3% different. And to pay $2,500 or $2,800. Like DirectX 12, if I was running DirectX 12, it's a 15% difference, but like everything else, like below 5%. Like it's like that's not even worth even like looking at as like even a difference. Let's see what. See, what is the highest end AMD card out there? You said it's an 8K. Is it 8000 series? Is that what it is?
Reset.
It's a 9070 XT is the highest. I'm comparing it to the other two. Okay, yeah, it's not too big of a deal. It might not be. Let me Google it real quick, because it says it's a 30% difference between my card and that card with CUDA cores and FPS. So I'm guessing it's not the highest. Sorry, 29% with my card. Yeah, it says... I mean, it says that's... It can't be... That can't be the best one through them. Is it really? I mean, it is. That's... It's a 24 gig graphics card. No, hold on. Hold on. It's the let me do this one. That's actually, I think it's actually this one here. Okay, yeah, it's so like bang for your buck, that is the best one is the 970 XT. But like actually like the one with the most like VRAM and like overall the best one they actually produce. Well, no, that can't be either. That's because the 7900 XTX is technically like 13% better than that one, and that's another Radeon RX card. That's like their 24 gig card, but I think that's from yeah. So that's what they just said. I'm going to like actual AMD's website now. No, it's like I googled it and they are not products, because technically that puts it closer. It's technically 17% less performance with that card versus my 4090, but I still think that's so far of a gap that it can't be the actual like best performing one. Oh, that's an AI Pro graphics card. We're not going to compare those. Those things get... The AI graphics card, if you guys look, no, NVIDIA already makes, I think it's like 128 gig graphics card for AI they're making now, and the card is like $100,000 by itself. I don't want AI. What the heck am I looking at? I'm looking at wrong stuff. Yeah, but the thing is, they're terrible at like gaming. They're almost like an ASIC graphics card, where they're an application specific machine, but they're a graphics card that does it. That's what I compare them to. Man, why is it this hard to find? Okay, their website's kind of hard to navigate. So I don't think it would be workstation. Would it be a workstation graphics card? That's an AI Pro. I think that we're farther than people think with the generation stuff, because I think when they actually, in my personal opinion, when they get to the
Mineral depleted
point where it is to AI generation, like they were talking, sorry, I was staring at this setup and like what's going on with it, and it's because the iron deposit ran out. But I think they're gonna switch to the system that PlayStation is doing and saying you have to rent your graphics cards from them, because NVIDIA already started a program to rent virtual machines that run video games for you, and you stream it to your computer so that you don't have to actually run the game or own the hardware. They actually already own a company that does that. And so if they can optimize graphics cards to run like that, you can buy a super cheap graphics card that uses one of those virtual machines that you rent for super, I wouldn't say super cheap, but it's eventually going to turn into a thing where I think they're going to be like, oh, you have to rent the computer that you're, what the hell, where did I get all this ore from? And I'm really in the kind of ballpark of a lot of other people saying that they're gonna eventually make it so that you own nothing and you are renting everything, and I really do think that's gonna happen with NVIDIA. What are we missing for belts?
replication complete.
Yeah, that's... I mean, I think game companies are going to get a lot smaller in the next couple of years, just because of all the AI generation. It's not where it needs to be right now, but really, like, you think about it, what are video games? If you think about it like a base, if you get rid of all the technical stuff, storyline, mechanics, kind of like styling of the game, and all that can eventually be done by AI, because storyline can be thought up by an AI with prompts. Mechanics can be thought of, or code could be generated for the mechanics, and styling, which is basically what the game looks like and how things operate, animations, stuff like that. All that can be done to an extent by AI. So eventually game studios, I think, are going to get to the point where they're going to completely replace a lot of their staff. I think at the beginning it will be detrimental for companies, because they're going to try to jump to it too early to be ahead of the curve kind of thing. But I think eventually, it is going to completely, I think, replace a lot of people's jobs in the video game industry. I think it's probably going to be one of the next ones to get affected past the movie industry in a hardcore major way. Because like the movie and music industry is getting affected, and I think once you get past that, where's the next biggest industry of like things at? And it would be video games, because technically, like, movies, some of the highest grossing things in the world. With the amount of time that you put into them, movies are some of the highest grossing. Same thing could be said about music. There's a lot of conflict in that. Yeah, I think hard drawn art is going to, I don't know. Really, like, hard drawn art, the reason why so much money is spent on it now is rich people, it's taxes. Rich people and taxes. Short and sweet answer to it. I think that's why it's like, do you see these paintings going for these absurd rates? Because there's so many tax write-offs, because it's declared an asset. It's declared an asset that you can use to get loans on. You can sell it for quick money. Just hard art is used for that. I don't think hard art will almost ever be replaced, other than when the government actually finally decides that NFTs or something are actually going to be declared an asset, which they're not declared an asset, I don't think, as of now through the federal government, which means that you can't use them for getting more money. And if you can't use them to get more money, then it's basically a waste. For rich people, at least. But cryptocurrency recently got recognized to actually start doing that. That's the difference. NFTs didn't. NFTs are still not recognized as from the federal government, and the federal government and banks have to go off. U.S. banks have to go off of what is federally regularly noticed as like assets, and the federal government does not count NFTs as assets, and they only count small. But I think eventually NFTs will become be declared assets. I really do. Once there's a more of a way of, I wouldn't say regulating, but like way of, how do I put it? Once they securing, because technically securing NFTs is just as you know, you can secure NFTs super good, but like, because right now there's like no baseline. There's like no baseline of what like an NFT should be worth, and that requires complete. The, you know, the eyes of the beholder. It's what it's worth kind of thing. But with people just being able to go out there and generate anything as an NFT, that's where the problem comes in with eventually actually federally saying that NFTs count as an asset, because someone could say this NFT, like make an NFT, sell it to themselves, and then count it as an asset that's worth $1 million to take out $1 million loan. You know, you see what I mean? That so you could like that. There's got to be, I would say, more rules and procedures for the government to actually start recognizing it and counting it as an asset, because you can start taking out loans on it. Because, like I said, you could sell it to yourself for $1, and then, or you could sell it to yourself for $1 million, or, you know, there's so many loopholes you could do with that. Whereas, like, cryptocurrency is starting to get a longer history, like Ethereum and Bitcoin and Doge and some of the other long-lasting ones have a history of what their prices and fluctuations are starting to build up. Not saying you can easily track what it's going to do, but they know it's not going to go away. They know it's not just going to poof, like disappear overnight now, because of how much money and things and public investment that is going into it. Now, when you get 110 years in the future, when Bitcoin, the last Bitcoin is mined, and there's no more getting added to the market, and it's very possibly going to be around $1 million. Now, at that point, like, it might, you know, stagnate. I think it's going to stagnate. My friend thinks it's basically going to be valued to nothing, because nothing's going to be added to the market. And it runs off of supply and demand theories. But so if all of the supply of Bitcoin is owned, basically a Bitcoin is whatever they say it's worth to sell it. And at that point, then like how do you determine what a Bitcoin is worth? So I could say that one Bitcoin is worth $1 billion because it's not on the market anymore just for you to buy. So it's kind of, you know, there's ways of looking at it. I personally think it's going to be traded for just like a stock and for basically forever, I would say, to an extent. But you know, there's different ways of looking at it, and no one really knows what's going to happen with it when the last Bitcoin is actually mined. Yeah, it's basically, you have to think of it as but like if you think about it, a stock they can make more of. So like if they get close to like selling all their stocks, they can actually make more of them. It'll devalue their stock, but they can actually make more stocks. So that's why you go look at like a stock trading website, and this company has several million, this company has several million. They're all different amounts. They're not, none of them are the same. That's why like Bitcoin being set at a certain amount, when the last one is mined, theoretically all the Bitcoin could be owned. Well, if all of it can be owned and supply and demand dictates off the price of Bitcoin, then basically, if it's all owned, the person that owns it determines what the price is of it. So that's why, like, if you own it now, even if you just have one, like even half of one, and in 100 years, if you still have it, or you give it to your grandkids or your kids or whatever, pass it down in generations, they could basically be like, oh, this Bitcoin is either worth nothing or it's worth whatever they say it's worth. And yeah, so there's some things that work out the Bitcoin ecosystem that are going to get messed up. Well, and who knows? Maybe in 100 years we'll actually be on the system that, like, because, and the curve of like how society is going, we might actually be at the point where no one has to work a job anymore because everything is being done for us, and basically money is not a thing anymore. And if that happens, then what does that do to Bitcoin? Like, Bitcoin's not going to be worth anything. Let's get some processors. I'm like brain farting. I'm getting a little tired. It's late. Let's see. I need to get more carrier drones is what I was working on. I got iron. Need steel.
Flight mode. Flight mode.
Yeah, like I said, there's so many possible ways that it could go. And the thing is, as of now, it's declared an asset. You can technically take loans out on it if you wanted to. You could technically put it down on your as a lien on it. You can put a lien on Bitcoin to buy something. So like, you know how they want something for collateral? You can hold Bitcoin as collateral for buying a house. You can, so there's a ton of things you can do with it right now. So, not to say that, it's always going to be that way or nothing's ever going to happen to it, because it's still kind of in infancy. But the same things were being said, like, I forgot what the name of the book was. There was a book that went over similar things to this that's going on with Bitcoin. And this basically happened two or three times in history, this debate about something like Bitcoin has happened. Same thing happened when the stock market was created. Same thing happened when the features trading got added to the market. And there was another big one, I forgot what it was, and it was something to do with commodities. Yeah, but there's a, like, you compare like what's going on to like with Bitcoin right now. You look at what was being talked about in history when the stock exchange was first being talked about. People were like, they don't want to put their money into it. The same exact arguments and conversations are happening right now as they were happening then. And but with Bitcoin now. So it just works a little bit different, but some of the same arguments are still present with it. Okay, so what are we sitting at? So we are actually not looking good on power now that everything's running. Well, look up the, what is it? I forget what it is. It's like $1 trillion a gram for,
Upgrade complete.
let me look up what the item is. Yeah, I forget what it was. It's like a... Yeah, 1 gram of dark matter. It's like the most expensive thing in the world right now. 1 gram of dark matter is worth $65 trillion. That is an actual, like, price of how much dark matter is worth. It is very completely unreasonable. But that is how much it is worth. Yeah, it's... I watched a video on it, on the creation of it. And it's like the only reason it's worth so much is because dark matter itself, when it comes in contact with basically anything, it destroys itself. So literally they can make it, but they can't store it. Because in the storage container itself, it will basically destroy itself in the storage container. And I forget, there's like 3 or 4 companies trying to make it now because of how much it's worth. And it's like, they've been working on it since like the 80s or 90s or something like that. It isn't like they just recently started working on it. They've been working on it for 20 plus years. Okay, so what is going on over here? I need to double check this. So plastic is running. There. So that doesn't have plastic in it, right? Yeah, there would have to be some way of... I don't know. No one really knows a way. If they knew a way, they would be storing it right now. But the way is so absurd as of now of like storing it that it is very unrealistic that we will ever store it in our near future. Just on the simple fact of that, like I said, when dark matter comes into contact with regular matter, it literally destroys itself. And literally everything made up in our world is made up of matter, regular matter. So that means if dark matter touches us, touches anything, they destroy each other. Not to say it's like a nuclear explosion. It's nothing like that. It's literally like it's hardly anything. But it destroys itself, and that makes it so you cannot store it in basically anything we have basically nowadays. I'm gonna get rid of this. Or I can just do that. Dump it all over the ground and then delete it. Okay, now we have inventory room now. Okay, so I
Replication
don't want to
complete.
mess with that right now.
Flight mode.
I need to work on my power. That my power is like jacked right now. I don't know. There's so many little things right now that, well, we might get, you know, 20 or 30 years, we might know the answer to them. But like dark matter, very highly likely that we might know something in 20 years. But as of now, they've already done some experiments with it. They have to do the experiment super quick. They've proven that. I haven't proven. It's still a lot of error in it, but basically dark matter follows gravity. Well, if dark matter follows gravity, that basically is ruling out dark matter as being able to be used for acceleration. Because if it pushed away from gravity, so like went up instead of down with gravity, then you could possibly use dark matter to accelerate yourself through space. But with that being said, there's a lot of work that would have to be done to be able to use something like that.
Flight mode.
Okay, what are we all missing? So we're missing one item out of there. Got everything in there. I think we're going to be working on purple science tomorrow because I am getting extremely tired. Let's see, yeah, tomorrow is definitely going to be the purple science day, I think. Because if we don't get purple science done tomorrow, we might run out of things to research. And that
Mineral
would be
depleted.
kind of wasting of time. Dark fog on that planet. Literally all the dark fog are landed on one planet, and it is that one. Let me see. Look, they're all on this one. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 dark fog on this planet. Which is crazy.
Flight mode.
Yeah, I like wiped them off of this planet, and then I wiped them off that other planet, and I kept wiping them off of these 2 planets, and so they went all to that one. The funny thing is, I have stuff set up there to, like, I set up the, what did I set up there? I forget. I think it was iron. I set up an iron thing. I set up titanium. And I set up what little coal they had to make fuel, I think. So there's like 4 or 5 things there, but there's nothing to get it off the planet yet. And I set up copper for ammo because I was like, that's the biggest. This is literally, once I run out of copper on my planet, there's like 1.5 million there basically. And basically this is where I'm going to have to get my copper from. Iron's gonna have to come from here, and stone is gonna have to come from here. There's 14 million stone here. The titanium's not really a problem. There's 16 million titanium, and the rate I'm gonna consume it. But like in this whole like solar system, there's 7 million coal. And it's all basically on this planet. And once that is gone, then I am SOL on getting coal. That's why I was so saying switch over from using coal as quick as possible, because a lot of times once you get rid of the coal on your planet, you are SOL. Because there's hardly any of it in this solar system. Because what was it? It was like altogether it's 7 million. Yeah, you can. I'm not at that stage yet. So like my problem with my other save, let me save real quick and might actually not go to it. I always forget to save. So I'm 25 hours into this. I think it was this one. Let me look this one real quick. This is the one I was playing on the other video. So, like, research, basically done. I have, like, a couple things left. All that stuff, basically have all that done. But my problem is, let me go to, so this one I actually did do the Dyson spear. Wait a second. Thought I was out of coal. Huh, this must be a different save. I think this is a different save, because the one, I might have deleted it. This is a different save. Let me double check. Yeah, this is a different save. Yeah, it's a different save. I didn't have it set up like that on the poll. So this is a different save from my other one. This is a different save that I had running by myself. This one doesn't have multi-threading on it, I don't think. And so this one's different. But like, you see my copper and iron are almost gone on this one. But the this planet is such spaghetti comparatively to my other one. And like if I go to my power production, like I'm like terrible on power production. And there's like 18 billion things on this that are broken. So like, yeah, I'm shooting solar cells, but I really need to be shooting these things to build the Dyson spear up, because solar cells basically destroy themselves. So they're basically a waste. And in the short term, that basically solar cells are a waste. So if you don't have like this set up, then like, I don't know, you're basically wasting it.
Flight mode.
Yeah, that's what this planet is. That like that's seriously what this planet is. Like I literally, this is all hydrogen burning, because I tried slowing down. I tried slowing down on coal on this one. I have another one over here that's running hydrogen. Instead of just working it off of over here, there's like redundancy after redundancy here. So like there's iron smelting area here. Like these are the same lines here. I think for the science though. I think it's for yellow science. And then like I deleted all this out at some point. I remember there used to be something right here. This is the mall here. But like this is all broken over here, if I remember right. So it's like not running right. So I can't do that. That's broken, that's broken. This looks like it's working, but it's not fast enough. This is working, but it's not fast enough. These aren't even getting fuel because I'm not getting enough hydrogen. So it's like this whole like planet is like a big
Flight mode.
holy crap, I fly so much quicker on this one. It's like I got another iron smelting thing here that is like not even running anymore because there's like one node of iron. This doesn't even, yeah, this is not even running. This is not running because this is broken. This is broken. This, so I'll think all three of these things are broken because the thing before it is broken. What is, let's see. That looks like it's running. They're definitely running out of plastic somewhere. Let's see what else is going on. This, yeah, this is a big cluster. It's a big cluster. This is one of my first saves I ever did. Is this even running? No, it's not. The plastic's gone. You don't have any plastic to make this run. What the hell is this? Oh, that's what that is. So getting water from there, water's feeding into here. That's going, okay, that kind of makes sense. This is definitely broken right here. Let's see what else is going on. This is an alternator charging thing I set up at some point. That's basically gone. Yeah, it's a big mess there. Big mess. And then you look here, everything's a lot more organized and neat and going the same way. So like this is, I try to stop doing this, but I still do it. You shouldn't do north and south builds. North and south builds are bad. East and west are the best. East and west. That's why you see almost all of this is going east and west. You see something built like this, it's bad. But like it's a lot more organized, everything's rowed out. Logistics things are not terrible. Yeah, that it becomes a problem. Like here's, it's almost a problem. I really need to get like a graphite like actual fit processing part where it literally just processes, like the coal gets transported to one place so I can get rid of all these graphite production places. I have one right there. And I have one right here that's not running. I need to really feed it back in. And then this one's actually feeding coal in to actually do whatever the graphene or graphite or whatever it's called. But like these are all like, other than that, that's not a pre-made blueprint. That I made, and I made it so I could double it eventually if I had to. But we're not using it quick enough. Oh, you're talking about like this stuff, spray it with a chemical to increase the yield of it or whatever. I do if you're talking about that, I do in some spots. I'm starting to get that set up at like the green one. It's not set up here. I need to do it there. It is set up there. It is not set up at plastic. Yeah, yeah, it does help out a lot. I think that's kind of why I want to build the big area that actually would actually like process it, the coal, versus the way it's set up now. It's like there's all these little facilities like this and like this. I want to have like an actual place in the middle that actually does everything, and I can spray it all there so that I can, like, you know, have it all centralized versus all these little builds all over the place. Like a lot of this over here, like I said, is going to get taken out. Like this setup right here is going to get taken out. This is going to get rearranged at some point. This is going to get deleted out right here. Basically all this. I think the only thing that's not being produced somewhere is circuit boards. I think well, no, so I have circuit boards being produced right here. So really, circuit boards is done over here. Steel is being done. Once I get the turbines and the, of whatever the motors are called, electric motors, once I get those automated, which I think they already are automated. I think I worked on those. They're right here. So electric motors and turbines. This can get deleted out right here. Then I'm going to move blue science. And I'm going to get rid of this right here. Coal is going to get hooked in, and this is going to get deleted right here. And then all this right here, once I'm guaranteed that this whole thing is running properly, then I'm going to delete this, because this is the old setup. And then once that's deleted, all this can get reworked right here. And then basically this whole section, basically right there, is going to be able to be built like a new area. Yeah, so eventually I think you get the... I think you need like something special for it. Where's it at? Forget where it's even at. Is it this thing? It's this thing right here. Eventually you get this thing, and I haven't gotten to this, the advanced mining thing yet, but you need those purple crystals, which is like an item on a planet. But like these are like the upgraded mining things, and these things are like really, really good comparatively to like the ones we have. But if you don't have your, where is it, this upgraded, like, because once you get here you can actually upgrade it infinite, so you can unlock, it's basically like get your, yeah, it's, so I was getting ready to get it and I couldn't even get it, but it's one building that will cover the whole thing. It's like, and it mines from above it instead of like coming in like through the side. So it's like one building that will cover this whole node. And so it actually works a lot. It's way more better efficiency. Let me I don't think even the first miner, yeah, here it is. So see, look, it says 36 a minute per vein. That's per vein, and that's without the upgrades. Take in mind, this is 72 per minute per vein, so it's like double the speed per vein. So that means per whatever your like, there's 30, 20 or 30 things there that you're doubling the output just off of putting this down. And then of course then you factor in your mining, your mining efficiency here and mining speed and whatever. You can eventually, like I said, get this that like every time you mine one iron ore, or no, every time you mine 100 iron ore, it takes one away from the vein. Oh, I just got an achievement.
Upgrade complete.
Have at least 50 logistics vessels traveling space. I'm surprised I already didn't have that one already. It's interesting I haven't gotten that. I don't actually have very many other achievements. I usually don't get out of the first solar system. Like I said, I'm getting up there with close to my 40-hour builds. Yeah, so that's still running. Okay, I am getting tired. I'm kind of losing my train of thought on what I want to be doing. So I'm probably going to be calling it for the night, and hopefully tomorrow we can get purple science set up. Yeah, enjoy rest mode. Yeah, I will try. Been having a problem sleeping, so. But I only had to get one thing set up. So we already have plastic set up. Oh, two things. Got plastic set up. We got to get this set up, which should be fairly easy. I already have the blueprint for it.
Mineral
and
depleted.
Then just getting this set up and then actually getting it all to one place to make purple.
Light.
So 3-4 things. After purple set up, I'm either gonna start tearing down this stuff or fixing this. And then after that, I need to really work on my power tomorrow before I even get purple done, because we're gonna max out our power again. I might cover the I think this is the South Pole with solar panels, and then I can double my solar panel output on the planet, which I have plenty of solar panels right now to probably do that. I should probably start with that tomorrow, in all honesty, because we're consuming power left and right. I think it's that exchanger is taking 54? Yeah, 54 megawatts on this exchanger right here, charging the alternators. So but there's still a lot of things I have to do. I'll see you guys all tomorrow night, probably starting hopefully around the same time, and hopefully you guys enjoy, rest well, have a good day, see ya.